Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis for this Wednesday card. It'll be our last Wednesday of the meet. It'll be our last day at 2:30, as we will be. Is it tomorrow? Should I confirm with you before I say it wrong that we start at 1:50?
Tomorrow's 1:50. Yeah, Thursday actually. Tomorrow. Today is Wednesday. I know you thought yesterday was Wednesday, but today we've made it to the midway point of the week.
Yeah, I'm getting a little confused here as we're winding down. 2 days left, so 2:30 today, and I like your Minnesota pullover.
Yeah,
You know you're in Indiana, right?
No, yeah. No, I just want to rep the home state in here, and the Gophers aren't very good, but I want to wear my Vikings jersey, but it's dirty.
That's the team
Dobbs
that
jersey isn't here yet.
Is that the team that E is always watching the hockey games on his iPad? The Gophers?
Baseball, hockey, whatever. If there's a sport on for Minnesota, he's probably
always
watching it
watching
on the iPad.
Hockey, yeah. Well, we'll have to get you and E and IU a pullover because this just won't do.
Okay. I mean, he's got Notre Dame. He reps Notre Dame. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
he'll
that's good.
Switch over to Indiana, though.
Yeah. So I need a U and IU pullover, maybe a Notre Dame one.
Yeah, I'll represent the Catholics of the Notre Dames.
Okay, good. Good to know. We have what? Well, how many races do we have today, B? Tomorrow
10.
we have 10.
10 races
yeah,
today.
And then we were just talking.
Tomorrow we have 12.
We have 12.
Yeah, 12.
We have 12 races tomorrow.
Babysitter's
going to
get some overtime tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And Friday, we have a lot of races too. So yeah, we were just talking about it. They're just going to, we're going to fit in as much racing as we can here in these last few days, ladies and gentlemen. But today, a very nice card. We're going to end it with a quarter horse race. We've got the early and late pick 5 to talk about with B. But the weather, very nice. It's supposed to be even warmer tomorrow in the mid-60s, and for mid-November in Indiana. That's amazing. Let's send it to Todd Clausen to get the official report from the professionals.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update. Well, the terrific November weather continues here for the day today. It's going to be a beautiful day at the track and all across the area, as temperatures will be well above normal, climbing all the way into the mid to upper 60s here later on this afternoon with very light winds. The temperatures will cool off this evening pretty quickly back into the 50s and eventually the 40s. Now, as we look ahead to tomorrow in the races, tomorrow's the warmest day of the week. We get up to right around 70 degrees. Tomorrow's a little windy for us with some gusts up to 30 miles per hour, but at least it's mild, at least it's sunny. Brian and Rachel, by the time we get to Friday, it looks like we may have some rain showers, at least in the morning hours.
Wow, I was wrong. It's gone up since I last looked. It's going to be almost 70 tomorrow. That's going to be amazing weather for some racing here in Indiana. Yesterday was a good day, though. We had another double. Sammy's on fire these last couple weeks, don't you think?
Yeah, no, Smiling Sammy, he's on fire. Unbelievable. I imagine this would be a good time to be Todd Clausen right now, like enjoying some nice weather, being able to give the people some good news before delivering the bad news a few weeks,
awesome.
Probably months from now with how cold it might get, but enjoying it while it lasts.
I wonder if I mean, it kind of makes sense now that I'm saying it out loud, that the winter is like busy for them. It's like the opposite for us because there's so much more severe weather to report, and then we just get to chill in the winter and there's no racing. Well, we both have full-time salary jobs, so it's not that we get to chill. We don't have to do that and racing.
I'm part-time.
You're part-time.
I am part-time.
I know,
even though I work full-time,
that's what I'm
paid
saying.
Part-time.
Racing aside, you have a full-time job.
That's correct.
Exactly. And I do too, here. Okay, what should we talk about next? We have the double from Sammy. And, oh, my final today, $2,000 on the line for Racing Rachel's Warriors. You don't have any scripts, do you? Jesus. You're such a man. Go ahead, tell them about Racing Rachel's Warriors. This is a $2,000 final. Everybody from each week, that was the top winner. So we paid out the top three, but the winner of each week is they're the only people that can compete today. So the 26 people have qualified, $2,000. There's $1,000 to the winner, the top handicapper today, plus a seat at the 2024 NHC Finals in Las Vegas. You're going to head over there with me. The package includes a $500 travel stipend, 3-night stay at Horseshoe Las Vegas, and all your tournament fees paid. So if you are one of the 26 finalists, head down to the program stand. I'm sure everybody already has. This is one of everyone's favorite contests. And I'm not just saying that because it's my contest. We get a huge turnout for this one. I think it's the $1,000. Like the top one gets $1,000, and then we pay out the top 5. So I think it's the big prize is, I think, what gets them.
And only the weekly winners, correct?
Yeah,
26
not just everybody can play. Anybody could have played all the other weeks, but this week it's only the winners.
That's impressive. I mean, that's impressive. So congratulations to you. And you've already won. I mean, you've basically qualified your way in, so already eliminated a lot of the competition, and now you just got to seal the deal with a win today. So
my final Warriors contest, and then also we have the final Dooley's Legends on Thursday. And I'm also going to be giving away the Quarter Horse Awards and the Juan Saez Apprentice Jockey Awards tomorrow, because tomorrow are the last 2 quarter horse races. And we have the leading jockey is Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, quarter horse trainer is Tony Cunningham, and again, Jesse Vasquez is on top, as well as Patty Marshall tied right now for leading quarter horse owner. And we're going to do the girls tomorrow, Hannah Leahy and McKenna Anderson. I've got that on my list to text everybody, see when they want to do all of the awards tomorrow. So I'm kind of excited. I think I might do this next year, because usually I try to fit it all on one card. I think I might split it up next year and do like a 2-day one.
Okay, yeah, just make it
too
a little
much in one day.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Honor them for a full day.
Exactly. And then the final day of racing is coming up, and we have an NHC qualifier after the meet.
It's a lot going on. We may be winding down at the end of the meet here, but there's plenty of action still to come. We've got 10 today, 12 tomorrow, and 11 on Friday with those special post times. 1:50. Very excited for those special post times. Start a little bit earlier and at the exact same time. It's all what Rachel wanted.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll come back and do some handicapping, which is what Brian's really here for. Stick around.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the early pick 5. We're 28 minutes out right now, and we have a good sequence. Claiming for 5, claiming for 15, routing on the dirt is the second race. The third race is a maiden claiming for 12-5, routing on the turf, with a few scratches in there. And then the fourth race is an allowance 6 furlongs on the dirt, and then we've got another turf race claiming for 12-5 with some scratches too. So changes the landscape of the race, some of them, I think. So tell us what you think about the pick 5. Where are you going to go with?
I mean, I again think the races look fairly wide open today, but I did yesterday as well, and yesterday turned into be a parade of chalk to the winner's circle. If you went off favored, you got the job done. There was very few opportunities to find a price. And I think, today is really different. Again, I think the races look wide open in here. We've got some competitive fields. I'll start out with 1, 3, and 6 in the opening race. I think Chelsea's Strength. In this opening race, you have a lot of horses coming in off of layoff. Chelsea's Strength for Jeff Greenhill.
We have
along
completely
with
different horses.
Fashion Diva.
So that will make you feel good. I have 2, 1, 7.
2, 1, and 7?
That starts you out confidently.
We have the 1. We are the same with the 1. So you're 2, 1, 7. You're not a big Jeff Greenhill guy like I am.
I love
apparently.
Jeff Greenhill.
Well,
I might have,
apparently not because he's
may or
got
may
two
not have
entered and
texted
they're
Malcolm. May or may not have texted Malcolm today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that Fashion Diva used to be Tiana's horse.
I mean, Fashion Diva is a horse
Two
that
inside infos that you don't have.
no, because she doesn't share inside information with me ever, which is why she picks a lot more winners and a lot more chalk as well. Because everyone else gets that inside info except for yours truly, and that's why when a horse gets bet down to 6 to 5, I know
every
nothing
time
about
you
it.
ask, I give you whatever info you need.
But Fashion Diva is a horse that, just maybe need a little bit of a freshening. Comes in for 5, I think, in a competitive spot. A horse who had faced much tougher competition. You can draw a line through that last race. Just kind of steadily lost ground throughout, never got into the race. Had some trouble before that at the break. And usually when horses start to miss the break or start to have issues at the break, it might be time for a little bit of a layoff. And Jeff Greenhill always does right by the horse, and he did just that with Fashion Diva. Horse comes in for 5 today, enticing for some. We'll see how it plays out, but we'll see if this 3-time winner can get back to her winning ways today off of a layoff. 1, 3, and 6 for me, and I am thankful that Rachel and I have different selections. The 1 going to have to carry the load because that's the only horse that we both have in our top 3. Race number 2, $15,000 claimers going 1 mile. It wasn't laziness. It was tough.
Yeah.
I thought this race looked wide open, all button for me.
I have a note for every horse in this field. So.
I mean, you picked Bright Brian, which I don't think that's a hunch play for you. I think you just like that horse as well as the name.
Definitely picked
and I know
it
you
for
believe
you.
that that's a brilliant name as well.
I do, 100%. If it was Bright Baby B, it would be even more of a hunch play.
I do like that name slightly better
Bright Brian.
than Gary Patrick's Fire Brian. There is one named Fire Brian, which I don't particularly care for, so I enjoy Bright Brian. Race number 2, a great race if you're alive or dead in that pick 5 after one race. It's time to dive into that pick 4 in race number 2 because not only is it 15% takeout, but it also starts with a wide open event in here, one that I feel is a good all-button selection in race number 2. Race number 3 will be on that turf course for the first time. How about Trackman Tony keeping us on the turf, doing everything
Love me some
right,
Tony
whether it's
Martinez.
the main track or on the turf course, doing an excellent job. Scratch 3, 6, and 9. I'll go 2, 4, and 5 in here. I do think Captive Star is intriguing, along with Wilma for Abel Liscano, Chim Corrigan. The blinkers going on. This is a horse who I expect to be on the lead. Was rank, headstrong, didn't appear ever settled behind horses and really finished flat. If they put this horse on the lead, maybe she relaxes a little bit with those blinkers on. I expect Wilma and Souped Up Stables to be the one to catch the cash and potentially big odds in the third. Race number 4. I don't know how you saw race number 4.
I have the 6 on top in this one. I'm going with Pickle Feet.
Yeah, I mean,
Hasn't let me down. My
well,
key play today too.
did get moved up last time out, but really
Yeah.
had no business even being in that spot with Spot on Justice. That horse was about $1,000,000 to 1. Beneficiary of a DQ, now comes back on short rest. Last week, Pickle Feet returned to the winner's circle after a disqualification. I don't love when a 1 to 5 needs to rely on a disqualification to go to the winner's circle. So I think Latigo draw a line through that last race, a mile and a 16th. Probably not what Latigo wants to do.
Latigo.
Latigo.
I just don't want you to say it when you call. Keep going.
Okay, Latigo. No, that's good.
Got your
I'm
back,
glad
Jack.
you corrected me there. Latigo. 6 for 14. This is a horse who I think just draw a line to that last race. Off the layoff, too far. Cuts back to one distance. Latigo is the one to beat, in my opinion, along with Classic
left
Max.
Latigo
who's
out
been
like an
very
idiot.
nice. I don't know what you're doing
I don't
leaving
know.
Latigo
I don't know
out,
what
but
I
at
am
least you
too.
know how to pronounce the name, but certainly not a horse you want to leave off of your tickets. How about this single? Now, I'm hopeful that you don't have this horse anywhere near
I don't.
the top. Good. Presley's Hope.
Wow, this ticket's a winner.
Fernando de la Cruz. This is the one for Victoria
This is the
Oliver.
ticket.
3 for 18. This horse was a 3-time winner last year. So far, 0 for 7. I had a troubled trip. I've got a lot of notes on this horse. This was a horse who was well back early, closed into a grade, had a ton of traffic trouble, and Fernando de la Cruz just had to wait. I mean, they had to wait. Only ended up losing by 1 length that day. Has lost by a length in the last 2 starts, and this is going to be a single for me. We'll see if we can't get Donald Disney home a winner for Vicky Oliver and Presley's Hope.
Klopp said, "Good job, Rachel.
Latigo.
I got your back, Klopp."
Latigo.
Klopp doesn't. Klopp's good about telling me when they have when.
I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that no one texts me. Like, you get those texts, and you know, sometimes I'd wish, like, hey, there's
Just
a
don't.
winner
If you
here,
already
and-
said it, don't tell me. You know what I mean? Like, it's after the race.
Yeah, no,
But I
for
like
sure.
when people warn you, right?
Well, no, I want to be warned about winners. I'm always going to try and pronounce the names right, but it'd be nice to get a text like, hey, this horse might win today. This horse is feeling good.
They don't ever text me that. I have to ask them.
Oh,
I
okay.
have to hound them, and some of them don't tell me.
For
but
some reason, I'm sure they'd give you better information than me, and I can't put my finger on it, really.
it's probably the face, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not stupid, and that I've been here with them since I was 21.
Well, that is true, too. And
Kinda like
I
their
wear
little
a Minnesota
princess.
sweatshirt. You wear the Indiana Hoosiers.
Hey, you know what? They like you. If you ask, they would tell you. Indiana people are nice people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap this show up. There's really not always a whole lot to talk about here. We only have 2 days left, but we do have some amazing racing still, and we're going to give it 100% all the way to the last race, aren't we, Brian?
Every day.
Every day a hundo. Every day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to give a quick thanks to our sponsors who were very gracious to work with me this year. If you would like to sponsor anything in the 2024 meet, you know how to get a hold of me. Racing Rachel, I'm always around every day. Contact me. Brown Foreman, Tequila Aradora, Woodford Reserve. We also had Family Leisure as a sponsor this year. High Bar Real Estate, Indiana Breed Development, tons of wonderful people. So I want to thank all you guys. But High Bar Real Estate, especially as the Winner's Circle sponsor, High Bar Real Estate, they're here to champion you in all things real estate. Contact Alicia Barr for more details. We're just 20 minutes to race 1 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. For B and myself, we want to wish you a very good luck on today's card. We're done. Have fun. Bye for now. You didn't.
Good afternoon and welcome to the final Wednesday of live racing for the 2023 meet. We are on a fast main track and a firm turf course. That rail setting is at 0 today. We're 15 minutes away from the opener. A couple of scratches and changes to go over throughout the 10-race card today. Beginning in race number 1, scratch number 4, Ocelia. Ocelia out of the first race, which kicks off the pick 5. Moving ahead to race number 2, kicking off the pick 4, scratch number 7, Backyard Justice. Backyard Justice out of race number 2. Race number 3 will be on that beautiful turf course of ours, and very appreciative that we are still able to use the turf on November 15th. Scratch 3, 6, and 9, and Gregory Romero picks up the mount on Lucky Anna. Lucky Anna will be ridden by Gregory Romero. In race number 4, scratch the classy Mowens. Mowens out of race number 4. Latigo will be ridden by Joe Ramos. Latigo, not Latigo. And number 8, CJ Storm, will be 1 pound over. In race 5, on the turf again, 1 mile the distance, scratch 3, Bali Baby, 8, Opollyanna, 9, King's Legacy, and 11, Wicked Intent. Race 5 kicks off today's Late Fire 5. In race 6, scratch the 3, Jane's a Diva, the 3 out of the 6th. In race 7, we have a lone rider change as Joe Ramos picks up the mount aboard Wild Tappet. Race 8, clear of change. Race 9, also clear of change. Moving ahead to the lone quarter horse event of the day that Miss Martha will take you through, 350 yards the distance. Number 3 is 3 pounds over. 4 is 2 pounds over. Number 5, O'Neill picks up the mount on Bluesy Beach. O'Neill will ride Bluesy Beach and is 3 pounds over. Hugo Macias picks up the mount on Zoom and Dance, 5 pounds over. Number 8, 5 pounds over. Number 9, 3 pounds overweight. And Scratch, both also eligibles, the 11-12, out of the finale. Whether you're on track or tuning in from the simulcast feed, certainly wish you the best of luck. We'll be underway and racing 12 minutes from now. The horses are out on the racetrack for race number 1. Coming up just 4 minutes from now, do scratch number 4. Ocelia is out of race number 1. Pick 5 time begins in 4 minutes. Field has reached the starting gate. It is now post time for race 1. Compressed Energy goes in. First favorite of the day looks to be Compressed Energy at even money. Close second choice is Nighttime Justice. Fashion Diva goes in. Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's top selection is Fashion Diva. Wish him the best of luck. And no more fake news. Locked and loaded. They are off in the opener as Nighttime Justice broke very well, but not as well as Fashion Diva, who looks to go with that one as those two a length clear from Compressed Energy and America Rules as they head into the first turn. Back in fifth is No More Fake News. Chelsea's Strength going to get a ground-saving trip as Nighttime Justice trying to hold off Fashion Diva. Nighttime Justice being restrained back by Fernando de la Cruz, who's content to let Fashion Diva go clear on the front end as Fernando de la Cruz has a handful of rain on Nighttime Justice trying to take back, and that affected Compressed Energy, who squeezed back to fifth, but it's still Fashion Diva up top as Nighttime Justice is still ranking. Now Fernando de la Cruz sees better, and he sees fit to go right to the lead and put pressure on Fashion Diva. In third comes America Rules along with No More Fake News. That first half mile in 51.2. Compressed Energy biding his time, or biding her time, looking for some running room. And then comes Chelsea's Strength, who's had a wide journey into that second turn, and it's Nighttime Justice breaking for the lead. Fashion Diva waves the white flag, and Fashion Diva's gone, as is America Rules. No More Fake News at 9-2 is under an all-out drive, and Compressed Energy at even money's looking to squeeze through a tight spot on the rail, and it's done. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. ran right up the rail to challenge for the lead with Nighttime Justice. No More Fake News is still hanging around on the outside as Chelsea's Strength needs to do more. Nighttime Justice under an all-out attack as No More Fake News is getting on terms. Nighttime Justice and No More Fake News. Nighttime Justice gets the money. $2,713 and 148.17. Into the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle is Nighttime Justice, a 6-year-old bay mare by Dominus out of Tarnished Halo. Bred in Indiana by Justice Farm and Greg Justice. Owned by John Isaacs. Trained by Andrew McKeever and ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz. As de la Cruz takes race number 1 and cuts into Ramos's lead as Joe Ramos and Fernando de la Cruz look to get the rider's title with just 2 more days of racing. Race number 1 is now official. First exact of the day returns $24, 50-cent trifecta, $12.70. The 10-cent superfecta, $4.24. We did have a claim out of race number 1. Number 7, No More Fake News, was claimed for $5,000. New owner trainer, John Herron. Herron picks up No More Fake News out of the first. Race number 2 coming up just 25 minutes from now. Do scratch number 7. Hope you had a bet on Nighttime Justice. They are off in the opener as Nighttime Justice broke very well, but not as well as Fashion Diva, who looks to go with that one as those two a length clear from Compressed Energy and America Rules as they head into the first turn. Back in 5th is No More Fake News. Chelsea's Strength going to get a ground-saving trip as Nighttime Justice trying to hold off Fashion Diva. Nighttime Justice being restrained back by Fernando de la Cruz, who's content to let Fashion Diva go clear on the front end as Fernando de la Cruz has a handful of rain on Nighttime Justice trying to take back, and that affected Compressed Energy, who squeezed back to 5th, but it's still Fashion Diva up top as Nighttime Justice is still ranking. Now Fernando de la Cruz sees better, and he sees fit to go right to the lead and put pressure on Fashion Diva. In 3rd comes America Rules along with No More Fake News. That first half mile in 51.2. Compressed Energy biding his time, or biding her time, looking for some running room. And then comes Chelsea's Strength, who's had a wide journey into that second turn, and it's Nighttime Justice breaking for the lead. Fashion Diva waves the white flag, and Fashion Diva's gone, as is America Rules. No More Fake News at 9-2 is under an all-out drive, and Compressed Energy at even money's looking to squeeze through a tight spot on the rail, and it's done. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. ran right up the rail to challenge for the lead with Nighttime Justice. No More Fake News is still hanging around on the outside as Chelsea's Strength needs to do more. Nighttime Justice under an all-out attack as No More Fake News is getting on terms. Nighttime Justice and No More Fake News. Nighttime Justice gets the money.
Corbel, make it gold.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
The 2023 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. December 4th through 6th. Register now at racingsymposium.com.
This may only be a field of 6 here for race number 2, but it is a great betting event in my opportunity. I do think 1 through 6 all have an opportunity to win this 1-mile race. We'll be on the main track for race number 2, which kicks off today's 15% takeout pick 4 as well. Scratch number 7, Backyard Justice, comes out of here. And we've got a 9-5 favorite down on the inside and Silent Sonata, who's taken some action. But both Rachel and I happen to land on the same horse in here, Bright Brian. This is a 4-year-old gelding who's got 1 win this year, 2 wins on the career from 11 starts. And Bright Brian, I think, has a tactical pace advantage. When I look through this race, in many races, I usually look for the early speed and where that speed's going to come from. And really, Bright Brian's the only horse in this event that has really shown the ability to go to the lead or want to be on the front end. Most of the others look like they prefer some pace to chase. And I think this is a horse who's faced some tough customers here over the past month and a half. Victor's Deal is the real deal. Came back to win since that start on September 26th. And then also CFV Texas Red is a horse who's been running very well since switching over to 2 turns, and a horse who loves to be on the front end as well. So you do know Bright Brian exits a race in which they were compromised just a little bit, as CFE Texas Red is also a front runner, and that one doesn't enter into this spot. So I do think Bright Brian could be the one to catch the cash in here. Currently your second choice right now at 2-1 off that 6-1 morning line. Number 3 is Killer Hot Rod. Now, if anyone's going to put pressure early on with Bright Brian, it's going to come from the 6th post, the attack position for Mass Thoroughbreds, Shorty Perez and Bob Gorham, a 2-time winner, making start number 20 today. And this is a horse who loves this distance. Both career victories have come at this 1-mile distance. A horse who's done everything they've asked of him this year. They debuted off the long layoff with a little prep race sprinting. They've tried the 2 turns on the dirt, 2 turns on the turf. They've had some off-turf events as well. Killer Hot Rod does take a little bit of a jump up in class, though. This is a horse who just broke through the non-winners of 2 condition last time out. So it is a jump up in class, but if you're following those DRF projections, which I always recommend everyone does, this is a horse who's likely to go off favored, even though early on in the wagering pool they were your 3rd choice. Now they're co-favorite, has 1, 4, and 6, all sitting on the board at 2-1 right now. The betting is very spread out through this first couple of minutes of wagering here. Number 3 is Bass Coat. This is another horse for Brian Cox as Cox takes over for Lauer. Centeno has been riding excellent here. Over my 2 weeks, I've called numerous winners for Alexis Centeno. Penny Lauer still owns, but Brian Cook takes over the training duties in here for Bass Coat, who should get some pace to chase, 6-1. Small field, bigger price, something you have to always appreciate. As the riders getting the leg up, they'll be at the gate 6 minutes from now. Fields on the track for race number 2. It's the top of the hour here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've reached the 3 o'clock hour. 5 minutes away from race number 2, which kicks off today's pick 4. Do scratch number 7, Backyard Justice. approaching the gate for the second. Fields reach the gate. It's post time for race number 2. Silent Sonata, the first to load, alongside For Whom the Bell Toll. Bass Coat goes in. Wagering pretty evenly spread out through the second. Waiting on Tour the Moon and Killer Hot Rod. They are in. They are out and racing as For Whom the Bell Toll bobbled at the break and finds himself in the back of the pack. Is Silent Sonata going to try and hold that rail position? But Bright Brian broke alertly and gets down to that rail spot. Then comes Killer Hot Rod at 9-5, a length off of Bright Brian. As Silent Sonata tracking in the third spot. Then comes Tour the Moon along with Bass Coat in the slow starting For Whom the Bell Tolls, as they run in singular line through an opening quarter in a slow 25.73 as Bright Brian tries to slow it down through the veteran rider Rodney Prescott, doing his best to back this group down, but Killer Hot Rod will have none of that and cuts that lead from a length to a half length as Silent Sonata tracking in a beautiful spot. Then comes For Whom the Bell Toll, who moved up a couple of spots on the backside. Bass Coat, and now in last is Tour the Moon through an opening quarter in 50.40. The field heads into the far turn as Bright Brian being pestered by Killer Hot Rod and Silent Sonata, and Fernando de la Cruz shift off to the 3-path, and Silent Sonata looks to mean business. For Whom the Bell Toll being asked for everything he has from Alberto Burgos, and they have run as well, coming in the 4-path, still waiting on Bass Coat along with the inside runner is Tour the Moon. Now Silent Sonata attacks Killer Hot Rod as Bright Brian needs to re-rally down on the inside, and Silent Sonata is going to have to hold off For Whom the Bell Tolls. Silent Sonata now a length clear, and Silent Sonata has done enough under a great trip from Fernando de la Cruz. Tight photo for second in 140.06. Photo signs down 1624, still unofficial. First home, last back. Entering the winner's circle for the third time in Silent Sonata's career is Silent Sonata, 5-year-old Dark Bay Gelding by Geronimo. Out of Silent Rap, bred in Indiana by the owners, Alexander Lee. Trained to victory by Tony Granitz. Ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz. De la Cruz with a riding double through our first 2 races. That jockey's title certainly heating up as De La Cruz not going down without a fight. These two look to battle it out over the final 3 days. Race number 2 is official. $9.40 on top for Silent Sonata. $2 exacta returns $34.60. 50-cent trifecta, $37.30. 10-cent superfecta, $27.70. And the first daily double of the day, 2-1, returns $22.40. Race number 3 will be on our turf course 18 minutes from now. Scratch the 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6, and 9 as we'll be on the turf in 18. They are out and racing as For Whom the Bell Toll bobbled at the break and finds himself in the back of the pack. Is Silent Sonata going to try and hold that rail position? But Bright Brian broke alertly and gets down to that rail spot. Then comes Killer Hot Rod at 9-5, a length off of Bright Brian as Silent Sonata tracking in the 3rd spot. Then comes Tour the Moon along with Bass Coat in the slow starting For Whom the Bell Tolls as they run in singular line through an opening quarter in a slow 25.73 as Bright Brian tries to slow it down through the veteran rider Rodney Prescott, doing his best to back this group down, but Killer Hot Rod will have none of that and cuts that lead from a length to a half length as Silent Sonata tracking in a beautiful spot. Then comes For Whom the Bell Toll, who moved up a couple of spots on the backside. Bass Coat, and now in last is Tour the Moon through an opening quarter in 50.40. The field heads into the far turn as Bright Brian being pestered by Killer Hot Rod and Silent Sonata and Fernando de la Cruz shift off to the 3 path, and Silent Sonata looks to mean business. For Whom the Bell Toll being asked for everything he has from Alberto Burgos, and they have run as well, coming in the 4 path, still waiting on Bass Coat along with the inside runner is Tour the Moon. Now Silent Sonata attacks Killer Hot Rod as Bright Brian needs to re-rally down on the inside, and Silent Sonata is going to have to hold off For Whom the Bell Tolls. Silent Sonata now a length clear, and Silent Sonata has done enough under a great trip from Fernando de la Cruz. Tight photo for second in 140.06.
Just 7 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's quickly go over this race. Maiden claiming for 12.5. They're going a mile on the turf. The 3, the 6 are out of this race, as well as the 9. And Romero is on the 10, which I'm going to go with. But the even money favorite right now, the 2, Nautical Mile, Albin Jimenez, Paulo Lobo. This one coming out of a maiden claiming for 30, which was 5th. But if you go back to the same distance, same surface, and same class 2 back on July 12th, he was 3rd. She was 3rd by less than a length. The finish of that race was a very nice. Miss Brightside coming up on top at 4-1, rallied 6 wide. She even got a wide trip and still almost finished. So I think a mile and a 16th was a little bit too much for her. It was a good turf course. She's got a nice firm turf course. It was hot. It's now cool. I think she's going to do really well here, this 3-year-old filly by Animal Kingdom. And then I'm going to go to the rail. Rail is 11-1 right now. Broadway Charm. Josh Morales aboard for Brian Cook. This one coming out of maiden special weight ranks last time. So they claimed this one on debut at Gulfstream Park at a maiden claiming for 12.5. Ended up 3rd by 3.5 lengths at 7 furlongs. Brought her here, put her in a maiden special weight at today's distance and surface, and she didn't do much. If you just draw a line through that one, we drop in her down to where I think she's more competitive, where she was claimed from, I think that this one's going to be tough. And the inside on the turf and speed is definitely holding up, and from her debut, it looks like she might have a little bit. And then I'm going to go to the 10, which is 12-1 on the tote board right now, and that is Lucky Anna. Romero aboard for Michelle DeHuey. This one, 4th last time out, and really didn't do much. What I did was I went all the way back to this one on some of her poly tries. Honestly, Lucky Anna hasn't done much, but she has ran in Indiana in a maiden special weight before, but she's never ran, she has ran a mile on the turf, but here, exactly this distance, but it was a maiden claiming for 30. I think that 4th place finish, she just kind of got faded out, and I think the outside might be a good place. I got a little bit of a hunch on this 10 on the outside to get up for 3rd. So I've got 2-1-10 here in the 3rd race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
Fields on the track for the 3rd. Scratch the 3, 6, and 9. They'll be on the firm turf course 3 minutes from now. Field stepping onto the firm turf course for the first time of the day will be on the turf in races 3 and 5, which kicks off the late Fire 5. It's post time for the third. Nautical Mile goes in at 4 to 5. The last to load will be Lucky Anna. They are off and running as Nautical Mile caught a flyer out of there, but Broadway Charm down on the inside goes looking for the lead, and Romero and Lucky Anna trying to get over to that rail position, and they are assuring a fast early pace as they cross by us for the first time, and it's Lucky Anna clearing off. Did Wilma no favors as it's a tightly packed second group into that first turn. Lucky Anna on the lead from Broadway Charm. Then comes Nautical Mile and Wilma in the 3-path. Up next is Captive Star alongside Golden Heist. And Chirp Chirp can see them all through an opening quarter in 23.40 as Lucky Anna tries to slow them down. It's still a 3-pack behind that one, and it's about a length and a half to Broadway Charm along with Nautical Mile as Wilma, the first one to be asked to keep up early, and now Captive Star ranges into it in the 5th position. Chirp Chirp has passed one, putting Golden Heist in last through a half mile in 47.18. They're midway through that turn, and they still got to come and get Lucky Anna, who's clear by 2. Nautical Mile at even money's being asked to pick up that pace, and Nautical Mile trying to get into it along with Chirp Chirp and Broadway Charm still riding the rail. Here comes Captive Star as Lucky Anna strong on the front end, and Lucky Anna is sneaking away at the 16th pole, and Lucky Anna is clear from Captive Star, who's trying to get into the exacta, but this one was never in doubt. Lucky Anna made every pole a winning one. Ten 4.28 in 137.19. Race 3 is official. Lucky Anna into the winner's circle. She loved the turf today. 3-year-old Dark Bay filly by Looking at Lucky out of Great Intentions, bred in Kentucky by Colt Neck Stables. Owned by Mana Racing, trained by Michelle Dwyer, and a pickup mount for Gregory Romero. Romero gets the mount, gets right to the winner's circle for race number 3. $2 exacta, 10-4 returns 55.80. Your 50-cent trifecta, 30.90. 10-cent superfecta, 19.37. Your $2 double, 110 returns 97.20. And the first pick 3 of the day, 83.60 for that first pick 3. We'll start another pick 3 20 minutes from now. We'll be back on the main track for race number 4. In race number 4, scratch the 3. Mowens as Ramos picks up the mount on Latigo. They are off and running as Nautical Mile caught a flyer out of there, but Broadway Charm down on the inside goes looking for the lead, and Romero and Lucky Anna trying to get over to that rail position, and they are assuring a fast early pace as they cross by us for the first time, and it's Lucky Anna clearing off. Did Wilma no favors as it's a tightly packed second group into that first turn. Lucky Anna on the lead from Broadway Charm. Then comes Nautical Mile and Wilma in the 3 path. Up next is Captive Star alongside Golden Heist. And Chirp Chirp can see them all through an opening quarter in 23.40 as Lucky Anna tries to slow them down. It's still a 3-pack behind that one, and it's about a length and a half to Broadway Charm along with Nautical Mile as Wilma, the first one to be asked to keep up early, and now Captive Star ranges into it in the 5th position. Chirp Chirp has passed one, putting Golden Heist in last through a half mile in 47.18. They're midway through that turn, and they still got to come and get Lucky Anna, who's clear by 2. Nautical Mile at even money is being asked to pick up that pace, and Nautical Mile trying to get into it along with Chirp Chirp and Broadway Charm still riding the rail. Here comes Captive Star as Lucky Anna is strong on the front end, and Lucky Anna is sneaking away at the 16th pole, and Lucky Anna is clear from Captive Star, who's trying to get into the exacta, but this one was never in doubt. Lucky Anna made every pole a winning one.
Man, the last race I had the 10 in my picks. It was 20-1 morning line. When I handicapped it, even my cameraman was like, Rachel, why do you have that 10? It's 14-1. Goes off at 4-1, but still paid, I think, $10. So I had it picked third. It was a kind of a hunch play, Lucky Anna. So congratulations to Romero and Michelle Dooley that did really well in that last race. I'm going to go here to the 3-year-old and up allowance, 691. The 6 furlongs on the dirt. The 3 is out. Ramos is on the 4. And I'm going to go with Pickle Feet here. Pickle Feet gets Fernando de la Cruz, who's looking for a hat trick here with this race. Davaris Douglas, very talented trainer and good guy, has this 4-year-old colt, I think, in a good spot here. Last time out at 5.5 was second. Ended up getting kissed up for first, got in a little bit of trouble. But Pickle Feed's done me really well this year. He'll do a couple, I don't want to say bounces, but he'll run a couple good races and then not so much, and then he'll run a couple of good races and then not so much. So he's got a good one left in him here. And his last 2 that were really, really nice races on October 9th was at 6 furlongs, and he won by 4.5. And then at 5.5 on May 3rd, he got third but lost only by a length. So my favorite horse, Pickle Feet. And I just got off the phone with John Dooley. It's me and John's horse. He's 5-1 right now, so shout out to John if he's listening. Pickle Feet is my top pick. And then I'm going to go to the 9 Classic Max, 7-2 right now on the tote board. German Terrazza aboard for Tiana Richardville. She's got in a couple here. I'm actually sitting over with her owners and the breeders, Chris and Alan Wash. Wonderful Indiana bred owners and trainers. Love them. They're wonderful people. This is a 4-year-old gelding who is coming off 2 wins in a row. Now, October 11th and then November 1st, a couple weeks later, and we're going to try again in this group. Has been the bettor's favorite in the last 2, has early speed, I think is going to be nice on the outside. Is the morning line favorite right now. The 4 is the current favorite. And then I threw in the 1 at 20-1 here, and that is Do You Want to Dance? Alexis Centeno is aboard for Roggenkamp. He's brought a few here, 20% win clip, 50% of the money out of the 20 that he's brought, so he knows where to spot his horses. This is another one coming off of a win, off of an awkward start, and does have, really can be close to the speed or just off of it, honestly. Has won from mid-pack before, so kind of a versatile 3-year-old gelding who went from claiming to these allowance races and won last out. Do You Want to Dance? 20-1. Another one of Rachel's hunch plays. So why don't you just bet it to win? It might. Now it's probably going to go down from 20-1 to 10-1. Who knows? But we're going to try here with 691 in the 4th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This starts at 50 cent pick 3. B is going to talk to you about the late pick 5, 50 cent pick 5 that has an 11.99% takeout, baby. Good luck.
Horses are out on the track for race number 4, just 4 minutes from now. Scratch the 3. field approaching the gate. Fields reached the starting gate. First two to load was Do You Want to Dance and Pickle Feet. Dioro's Wish, along with Bonnie Bill. Last one in is Classic Max. They are racing as Classic Max broke well from the outside along with CJ's Storm. Latigo is cranked and ready to rock and roll today. Do You Wanna Dance? The only one not keeping up as it's 7 of them across the wire, and they're a strung out field down the backside as Dioro's Wish and Latigo now separating themselves from Chip Off the Old Block. Then comes Pickle Feet. Out wider than that is Bonnie Bill and CJ Storm as they're still strung out across the track as they head into that turn. Now Latigo goes clear as Classic Max trying to avoid that wide journey, and Classic Max moves to attack Latigo as those two a length clear from Pickle Feet as Dioro's Wish going back to the barn along with Chip Off the Old Block and Classic Max and Latigo as Classic Max not handling the turn and Classic Max blowing the turn, and Latigo says thank you. Latigo opens up at the 8th pole as Classic Max couldn't handle the turn, and Latigo, wow, on the cutback. Look at Joe Ramos. Latigo is a dominant winner in here as Pickle Feet trying to get by Classic Max for the exacta, and Pickle Feet and Classic Max hit it together, but this one was all about Latigo on front. Classic Max holds off Pickle Feet for the exacta 4.961 in a quick 109.01. Race 4 official as Latigo enters the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle. 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Jimmy Creed out of Steel Courage. Bred in Indiana by Deanne and Greg Bayer. Trained by Randy Klopp. Owned by Speed Stable and Randy Klopp. And ridden to victory by the birthday boy, Joe Ramos. Ramos gets his first win of the card. Happy birthday to our leading rider. As race number 4 is now official. $2 exacta, chalk, return 17.20. 50-cent trifecta, 19.20. The 10-cent superfecta, 25.57. Your $2 double, $30.80. Your 50-cent pick 3, 101.05. Latigo in an impressive 109.01 takes the fourth. We'll be back on the turf course for race number 5 in 21 minutes. Scratch 3, 8, 9, and 11. 3, 8, 9, and 11 as turf racing coming at you. They are racing as Classic Max broke well from the outside along with CJ's Storm. Latigo is cranked and ready to rock and roll today. Do You Wanna Dance? The only one not keeping up as it's 7 of them across the wire, and they're a strung out field down the backside as Dioro's Wish and Latigo now separating themselves from Chip Off the Old Block. Then comes Pickle Feet. Out wider than that is Bonnie Bill and CJ Storm as they're still strung out across the track as they head into that turn. Now Latigo goes clear as Classic Max trying to avoid that wide journey, and Classic Max moves to attack Latigo as those to a length clear from Pickle Feet as Dioro's Wish going back to the barn along with Chip Off the Old Block and Classic Max and Latigo as Classic Max not handling the turn and Classic Max blowing the turn, and Latigo says thank you. Latigo opens up at the 8th pole as Classic Max couldn't handle the turn, and Latigo, wow, on the cutback. Look at Joe Ramos. Latigo is a dominant winner in here as Pickle Feet trying to get by Classic Max for the exacta, and Pickle Feet and Classic Max hit it together, but this one was all about Latigo on front.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Quite the performance in race 4 from Latigo, 109. That's the quickest 6 furlong time I've seen in some time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We are 9 minutes away from the late Fire 5. If you're still alive in that early pick 5, congratulations, because that sequence was not easy by any means. In fact, yours truly was out in race number 1. It got a little bit more challenging with 10 horse who went on to win and paid 10-20. That horse was 20-1 on the morning line. And Joe Ramos, celebrating a birthday today, got a win, but Fernando de la Cruz is very close in that rear view mirror. Those standings have really tightened up, and we had an awesome graphic earlier today with those standings showing as Fernando de la Cruz took the first 2 races, Joe Ramos took race number 4, and it is going to go right down to the wire between those two as Gennaro Garcia looks to have a safe lead, but you never know as Randy Klopp could be locked and loaded over the final couple days of racing. We'll be back on the turf course in here. Do scratch numbers 3, 8, 9, and 11. It kicks off today's late fire 5. I'm going to use my top 3 selections in here. I really didn't expect my top selection to be favored in this spot in Presley's Hope for Fernando de la Cruz, but currently favored for a homebred for Don Disney, a 4-year-old filly by Northern Afleet who's got 3 wins from 18 starts, but no wins this year. In fact, winless in 7 starts, but I thought this was a horse who had a troubled trip last time out, was well back early, closed into it late. Fernando de la Cruz had a ton of traffic trouble. They needed some lights and a siren to find room for Presley's Hope, as no one was going to give them any space. They were still only defeated by a length that day. They finished 3rd, defeated by a length, 2 back. We'll see if Presley's Hope can get the job done. 5-2, currently favored in this spot. Afterwards, we'll go over to Talk to Me Justice, Shorty Perez, and Ralph Martinez. Ralph Martinez hasn't sent that many to the starting gates, but the ones he has sent to the starting gate have meant business, and they have been ready to rock and roll. In fact, he's winning at 25%, which is a slight improvement over his national rate of 16% this season, and he excels at finding horses at the claiming box and shipping them right to the winner's circle. He tagged Talk to Me Justice for $5,000, moved the horse to the turf, which looked brilliant, immediately won a $40,000 allowance race after a $5,000 claimer, and then made it 2 in a row against open competition for the Indiana bred. And here we'll see if Talk to Me Justice can do it yet again. 3-1, your clear second choice. But down on the inside, last but certainly not least, is Way Too Smart, the 8-year-old mare trying to show the younger ones how it's done in here. Looking for win number 10 in start number 60. Still going strong, but is winless in her 8-year-old season as the riders set to get their leg up. 1, 5, and 6. We kick off that late fire 5 with 1, 5, and 6. We'll try and make it to the thoroughbred finale for the single. Hopefully Ship, Captain, and Crew can get the money in here for leading trainer and Gennaro Garcia, because we are going to single in the last race. Hopefully we can make it there. I think Ship, Captain, and Crew is going to be the one to catch the cash in the finale. My ticket will be on your screen as the horses warm up. We'll kick it off with 1, 5, and 6. The final turf event of the final Wednesday of the meet comes up just 6 minutes from now. Horses are out on the track for race number 5, 4 minutes away from kicking off one of the final late fire 5s of the meet here. Only 3 more late fire 5s, including this one. 8 of them set to battle it out over 1 mile on the turf in just a few minutes.
Fillies and Mares have made their way to the starting gate. It's post time for race number 5. Way Too Smart goes in. The gray Lot of Roses at 12-1. Up next, Miss Love Shack, Ribaldry, and Nora Star will be the last to load. Nora Star goes in. 8 in the gate. And they're off and racing as Miss Love Shack broke alertly, and Miss Love Shack goes looking for that lead as all the horses looking to get from the outer rail down to the inside. But now Miss Love Shack going to give way to Ribaldry, who's very quick under the wire for the first time. And Ribaldry, a length clear from Talk to Me Justice, along with Nora Star, sitting in third. And after breaking alertly, Miss Love Shack content to ride the rail in fourth, as a little bit of trouble in that first turn for Nora Star, who lost a couple of lengths. Then comes Band of Roses along with Presley's Hope, who's in the 4 path through a opening quarter in 23.84. It's Ribaldry up top from Talk to Me Justice. Then comes Nora Star along with Presley's Hope, as Miss Love Shack continuing to get that rail skimming ride. Band of Roses, and then Way Too Smart, the 8-year-old mare, is making up ground on the backside, and a lot of Roses can see them all, but it's a tightly packed group from tip to tail, about 7 of them, as Ribaldry slowed it down in that second quarter, 47.83 for the half, and Ribaldry now trying to re-rally as Talk to Me Justice, looking to get on terms, along with Miss Love Shack, who's ridden the rail throughout, now looking for room. Miss Love Shack all dressed up with nowhere to go, as Miss Love Shack and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to need some space. Band of Roses under a ride. Presley's Hope has a lot of work to do, and a lot of Roses out in the center of the track, but it's Talk to Me Justice as Miss Love Shack still trying to get through, and Miss Love Shack trying to get through a tight spot, but Talk to Me Justice got the jump, and Talk to Me Justice from a tough luck Miss Love Shack. Six four 10-1 in 136.70. 3 in a row for Talk to Me Justice. First one home, last one back. Talk to me, Justice. Race number 5 is official. Entering the High Bar Real Estate Winner Circle for the 3rd time in a row, Talk to Me Justice, a 5-year-old bay mare by Revolutionary out of Kid Justice, bred in Indiana by Justice Farm and Greg Justice, owned by Paul Martin, ridden to victory by Eduardo Perez, trained by Ralph Martinez. Talk to Me Justice scores the hat trick in the 5th, 560 on top. $2 exacta returns $51 even. 50-cent trifecta, 104.25. The 10-cent superfecta, 96.35. Your $2 double, 23.80. 50-cent pick 3, which began in race number 3, returns $30.60. First pick 4 of the day, 360.25, and the early pick 5, $1,650.15. Talk to Me Justice kicks off that late fire 5. We'll be back on the main track for the remainder of the card. Race number 6, Rachel will take you through as we are just about 17 minutes away from race number 6. Scratch the 3, Jane's a Diva. Your replay next. In 8 in the gate, and they're off and racing as Miss Love Shack broke alertly, and Miss Love Shack goes looking for that lead as all the horses looking to get from the outer rail down to the inside. But now Miss Love Shack going to give way to Ribaldry, who's very quick under the wire for the first time. And Ribaldry, a length clear from Talk to Me Justice, along with Nora Star, sitting in 3rd. And after breaking alertly, Miss Love Shack content to ride the rail in 4th, as a little bit of trouble into that first turn for Nora Star, who lost a couple of lengths. Then comes Band of Roses along with Presley's Hope, who's in the 4 path through a opening quarter in 23.84. It's Ribaldry up top from Talk to Me Justice. Then comes Nora Star along with Presley's Hope as Miss Love Shack continuing to get that rail skimming ride. Band of Roses, and then Way Too Smart, the 8-year-old mare, is making up ground on the backside, and a lot of Roses can see them all, but it's a tightly packed group from tip to tail, about 7 of them, as Ribaldry slowed it down in that second quarter, 47.83 for the half, and Ribaldry now trying to re-rally as Talk to Me Justice, looking to get on terms, along with Miss Love Shack, who's ridden the rail throughout, now looking for room. Miss Love Shack all dressed up with nowhere to go, as Miss Love Shack and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to need some space. Band of Roses under a ride. Presley's Hope has a lot of work to do, and a lot of roses out in the center of the track, but it's Talk to Me Justice as Miss Love Shack still trying to get through, and Miss Love Shack trying to get through a tight spot, but Talk to Me Justice got the jump, and Talk to Me Justice from a tough luck Miss Love Shack.
maiden claiming event for 15,000, 6 furlongs on the dirt. The 3 is out of this race, and we've got an interesting one. There's some horses who have ran plenty of times. There's horses who have ran once, and there's one first-time starter, and that is the one I'm going to go with. I'm going to mix it up. 3-1, Ray Lynn. Not only is this a first-time starter here, but also it's a little bit, hunch boys are working for me today, and Doc Hardy, actually, our vet, our track veterinarian, his daughter, who, you're not supposed to say you have a favorite kid, but am I allowed to say that one of my friend's kids are my favorite? Because Ray Lynn is literally the coolest kid ever, and it's Doc Hardy's daughter's name. So Ray Lynn is my top selection. Rodney Prescott aboard for Brian Waltz. It's a 3-year-old filly by More Spirit. The dam, that's awesome, and awesome again, Mayor. 4 winners from 7 starters, and I'm a little nervous at how she's going to act at the gate. You're used to seeing some gate works, but we got 3 in a row on this filly, October 13th, October 23rd, and November 7th. It's a good thing. It's a good thing, but I'm interested to see how she's going to act. Right now in the paddock, she's excited. She's on her toes. Not too excited. She looks good. She's got a couple of guys leading her around. Let's hope we keep her calm. But I think some new blood, you know, a first-time starter here. So I'm going to go with on top of 3-1. Okay, she's a little feisty, not going to lie, but she looks really good in the paddock. The 2 at 5-1 is who I'm going to go with next, and that is Cabin Abbey. Josh Morales aboard for Emma Sanchez. This one making his 12th lifetime start, but has got third 5 times. So it's going to be a nice, safe show bet for you guys. But I did put it in for my exactas in the same class as it was last time out at 5.5. We're now at 6. What I looked at was the last couple of third-place finishes, which were by quite a few lengths, but it doesn't seem to matter if it's maiden claiming for 5 or maiden claiming for 15. This one seems to like to get third. So Cabin Abbey, I think, is going to be right there in the mix. First, Elkton is who I'm going to round it out with, and that right now is the 8-5 favorite. Alberto Burgess, in the last 7 days, has had 5 wins and a third, 7 racing days. Chaz Recchi, she owns and trains this 3-year-old filly and did start the year in June and had a second place finish. Was the bettor's favorite in its next 2 out, and a maiden special weight in the same class, and maiden claiming for 15. Ended up not doing much, but did have a little bit of a layoff from July to October, and this is a second start back, so might offer improvement. I've got 726, my girl Ray Lynn, my favorite Hardy girl, on top here, the 7 in race 6. Good luck.
Fields made their way onto the track for the warm-up. Race number 6 kicks off today's late pick 4 in 2 minutes. Shadow game strong here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Some elite shadow and TV work by our TV department. Showing you some cool shots as the field approaches the gate for race number 6. Just about set to kick off that late pick 4. Favorite the route has been First Elkton. Cabin Abby goes in. She's followed by First Elkton. The gray will be up next. Backwards K. Scratched out of an event yesterday to race today. Last to load is K's Heavenly Star. The maiden fillies are on their 6-furlong voyage, and the starter caught them in a perfect line, but that perfect line didn't last very long as First Elkton wastes no time going right to the lead, and the 3-year-old filly by Midshipman is awfully quick away. Bet all the way down to 1-9, and she's got the lead through the first 16th of a mile. She's tracked by Leanne's Princess. Then comes Cabin Abbey, making her 12th start of the career, along with K's Heavenly Star, who's 6 lengths behind First Elkton through an opening quarter in 22.84. Back in 5th is Backwards K, along with Sandra's Last Hope and the first-time starter Ray Lynn, as First Elkton looking to stretch out this group midway through the turn. First Elkton opening up 2 lengths now on Leanne's Princess, as Cabin Abbey at 10-1 needs to do better than that. K's Heavenly Star is 10 lengths out of it. Ray Lynn starting to pick up some momentum, but is still well behind First Elkton, as First Elkton, the first one to turn for home on a sun-splashed Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and First Elkton waving goodbye as Alberto Burgos looks behind him, and all he sees is Dairy Queen, because First Elkton is dominant in race 6. First Elkton from K's Heavenly Star and Cabin Abbey. Six, 8, 2, 1 in 112.01. Entering the winner's circle for the first time in her career is First Elkton. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Midshipman out of Spanish Royalty. Bred in Indiana by Tara Elizabeth and LaFave. Owned and trained by Chaz Recchi. Alberto Burgos aboard First Elkton, who dominates the 6th. It is official. $2 exacta, 6-8, returns $7.80. 50-cent trifecta, $5.35. 10-cent superfecta, $5.60. The pentafecta returns $19.41. $2 double, 6-6, returns $7.20. 50-cent pick 3, $7.90. Race number 7 in 22 minutes. The maiden fillies are on their 6-furlong voyage, and the starter caught them in a perfect line, but that perfect line didn't last very long as First Elkton wastes no time going right to the lead, and the 3-year-old filly by Midshipman is awfully quick away. Bet all the way down to 1-9, and she's got the lead through the first 16th of a mile. She's tracked by Leanne's Princess. Then comes Cabin Abbey, making her 12th start of the career, along with Kay's Heavenly Star, who's 6 lengths behind First Elkton through an opening quarter in 22.84. Back in 5th is Backwards K, along with Sandra's Last Hope and the first-time starter Ray Lynn, as First Elkton looking to stretch out this group midway through the turn. First Elkton opening up 2 lengths now on Leanne's Princess, as Cabin Abbey at 10-1 needs to do better than that. Kay's Heavenly Star is 10 lengths out of it. Ray Lynn starting to pick up some momentum, but is still well behind First Elkton, as First Elkton, the first one to turn for home on a sun-splashed Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And First Elkton waving goodbye as Alberto Burgos looks behind him, and all he sees is Dairy Queen, because First Elkton is dominant in race 6. First Elkton from Kay's Heavenly Star and Cabin Abbey.
Corbel, make it gold.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
The 2023 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. December 4th through 6th. Register now at racingsymposium.com.
3-year-old and up, starter optional, claiming for 10,000. This is 5.5 furlongs on the dirt, and we do have a very nice field of 9 here. Ramos is on the 8. Wild Tap It. I've got the 2 on top here at 5-2, and that is First Kitten. Alexis Centeno is aboard for Antonio Moraz. Alexis looking for his first win on the card today. Out of the 24, he's brought 17% win clip, 21% in the money, and putting up a very nice speed figure last time out of 76. Now, the 4 Smooth Justice, has a little bit higher of a speed figure, but we'll talk about that in a second. Alexis actually had a really good meet his first time here. He got here late. I hope he's coming back next year. Can't wait to see what he does. If you go through that last race, which wasn't a bad one at all, Turf, 5 furlong to win, 1 at 5.5, 2, a very nice race, second there at 6 furlongs, and then another one, 5 furlong win. So before that, had a 4th, and then it wasn't worse than second. Another 4th, only missing by 1.5 lengths. So what I'm trying to say is this is a very consistent horse. I think that she's got a very good chance here. She's raced 37 times. She knows how to get to the winner's circle. She's got a good in the money percentage. And, you know, she has a kind of an excuse from the last race. She was squeezed at the start. Next, I'm going to go to the 4, 7-1, just dropped down. Smooth Justice. Ronnie Prescott aboard for Randy Matthews. 2 OGs, veteran guys, love them. 5-year-old mare who also knows how to make it to the winner's circle, 8 starts, but put up a 79 Brisnet speed figure. Now, it was speed favoring, obviously, with it being on slot, but won by 6.5 lengths, romped in there. Before that, though, had 3 wins in a row before the barn change. So Randy got this one, and she won again. I know he's looking for another win. He knows what he's doing. He knows where to put her. She was competitive in these starters. He claimed her out of a 5-claimer, so I don't think that Smooth Justice is going to have any problem here. And at 7-1, I'll take it. And then another long shot for me in my 3rd spot, Keen Ice Sight. Keen Ice Sight gets Fernando de la Cruz for Ray Paquette. I think he's got a really good chance in here. I said today that, the inside has been hot really here in the last few months of the meet. We had great stats from Horse Racing Nation this year, compiling those stats for the speed on the inside. When Ray goes route sprint, he has a really high percentage. He's got a 16% win clip, 48% in the money. Ray's had a great year. And this one, if you excuse the last couple, which one was a mile and 71 was on turf, and you go back to the 6 furlong on dirt, he won by 4 lengths. She won by 4 lengths, I'm sorry, and then hadn't been worse than 3rd in the 3 before that. So this is a really competitive girl, not as speedy as the others, but has put up a very similar speed figure to the others, just 2nd or 3rd to the 4 Smooth Justice. But I think it's First Kitten today, 2-4-1 here in the 7th race. Good luck. As the jockeys get the leg up and horses head to the track, I want to give you an update on Racing Rachel's Warriors, the finale. $1,000 to the first place winner. Right now we have Greg Hudspeth in first right now, 2nd Rosalie Smothers, and 3rd David Woodward. So we've got Greg, Rosalie, David in the top 3 right now. Richard Geiger and Mike Lorenzano to round out the top 5. That's going into this 7th race, the final race of Racing Rachel's Warriors. After this, B will announce the winner of the $1,000 in the top 5. Good luck.
Excellent job by Miss Racing Rachel down in the winner's circle. We have horses on the track for the Rachel's Warriors finale just 5 minutes from now. No scratches, no changes. field on their way to the gate. They're at the gate. It's post time for the finale of Racing Rachel's Warriors. 26 winners over 26 weeks. All comes down to this final race. $2,000 up for grabs. Nice field of fillies and mares for the conclusion of this Racing Rachel's Warriors. Waiting on Smooth Justice, Wild Tappet, and Proto Magic. Best of luck to Uncle Chris. He's got Mia Baby. Thinks that one can close from off the pace. Consternation on the inside. Keen eyesight, reared up, unseated Fernando de la Cruz. He's back aboard. Proto Magic, the last one to go in. They are off and running as Smooth Justice broke 2 lengths slow, along with Mia Baby, who's going to do her best running late, but awfully quick out of the gate is Vartan, and Vartan clears off from first Kitten and Triple Scout. In fourth is Montgomery Park. Then comes Keen Eyesight along with Proto Magic. Then the slow starting Smooth Justice and Wild Tappet as Mia Baby can see them all through an opening quarter in a contested 22.13. And now Triple Scout goes looking for the lead from Vartan, and Vartan's going to have to rally and hold off that one. First Kitten getting a beautiful trip, just 2 lengths behind these dueling leaders. Here comes Keen Eyesight as Fernando de la Cruz looking for a triple on the card, but Triple Scout means business, and Triple Scout looking to put away Vartan. Here comes First Kitten looking for a split. Keen Eyesight at 13-1 is picking up momentum. Mia Baby and Uncle Chris need a lot of help because Triple Scout at 7-2 is clear, and it's Triple Scout by 2 lengths from First Kitten as Triple Scout won it on the turn. First Kitten holds off Keen Eyesight for the try in 104.63. 6214 in 104.63. Number 3, Vartan rounds out the Pentafecta. Vartan in that 5th spot for 10-cent Pentafecta players. Race 7 is official. 980 on top for Triple Scout. It's a riding double for Shorty Perez and a training double for trainer Ralph Martinez. Into the winner's circle, the victorious Triple Scout, a 6-year-old bay mare by Cantharos out of exclusive bred in Florida, owned by Dive Bar Dreamers LLC, Christine Connolly. Congratulations to Shorty Perez and Ralph Martinez on 2 in a row. $2 exacta returns 40, 40, 50-cent trifecta. Favorite out of the trifecta, 58.85. $2 double, 6, 14, 20. 10-cent superfecta. Pentafecta, 255.28. That 50-cent pick 3, don't look now, 6, 11.35. 10-cent superfecta, 61.35. Race number 8 posted on the board 22 minutes from now. We'll have those Racing Rachel's Warriors results for you coming up shortly. Don't miss out. They are off and running as Smooth Justice broke 2 lengths slow along with Mia Baby, who's going to do her best running late, but awfully quick out of the gate is Vartan, and Vartan clears off from first. Kitten and Triple Scout. In 4th is Montgomery Park. Then comes Keen Eyesight along with Proto Magic. Then the slow starting Smooth Justice and Wild Tap It as Mia Baby can see them all through an opening quarter in a contested 22.13. And now Triple Scout goes looking for the lead from Vartan, and Vartan's going to have to rally and hold off that one. First Kitten getting a beautiful trip, just 2 lengths behind these dueling leaders. Here comes Keen Eyesight as Fernando de la Cruz looking for a triple on the card, but Triple Scout means business, and Triple Scout looking to put away Vartan. Here comes First Kitten looking for a split. Keen Eyesight at 13-1 is picking up momentum. Mia Baby and Uncle Chris need a lot of help because Triple Scout at 7-2 is clear, and it's Triple Scout by 2 lengths from First Kitten as Triple Scout won it on the turn. First Kitten holds off Keen Eyesight for the try in 104.63. There was a claim out of the 7th race for $10,000. It was a 4-way shake for number 3, Vartan. Vartan goes to Gennaro Garcia. New owner, trainer Gennaro Garcia wins a 4-way shake for Vartan.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
The final Racing Rachel's Warrior is being updated and tracked, and we'll have those contest results coming up for you shortly. But that's going to conclude the Racing Rachel's Warriors. We'll have Dooley's Legends later on tomorrow, I do believe. We've got 10 minutes to race number 8 in our final pick 3 of the evening, which will close out in quarter horse-like fashion. 9 of them set to go to the gate. The distance going to be 6 furlongs in here. And I happen to believe they're all running for second if Starlit Express can duplicate that performance that they put on display last time. This 5-year-old gray mare absolutely romped. She put up a buyer speed figure, which was about 15 to 20 lengths clear of what she had done previously. Now, that was in the slop, may have been aided by a sloppy racetrack, was against claimers as well. Certainly gets tested for class in this spot at the allowance ranks, as most of the success came last year for Starlit Express. We'll see if this one can duplicate that performance. I was just really impressed. This horse kind of ran away and hit on the front end, went off at 7-2 and absolutely dominated. Showed good speed that day, put Berea in her rear view mirror at the top of the lane and kicked away. And your third place runner, Sky's Image, did come back to win as well. 5-1, a great price on Starlit Express, cut in half off that morning line of 10-1. The only question is, was this horse aided and kind of pumped up with that buyer from the sloppy racetrack? And I don't believe it was, as the 2 prior starts all came on a fast track. We'll see if the gray can make it 2 in a row for Hillerich Racing and Starlit Express. After that, I think Tizzy Jojo certainly deserves a look. Another horse who's taken plenty of action. 5-1 right now, currently cut in half at 5-2. Tim Eggleston and Fernando de la Cruz, both rider and trainer, have picked up numerous wins on the week. Eggleston has had success with both the thoroughbreds as well as the quarter horses in here. Another horse who exits a sloppy racetrack, cuts back. This is one who ran in the $200,000 Lady Foghorn Handicap on Indiana Champions Day, and that was a track where not many horses took to it. In fact, it was kind of a drying out track. It was still listed as sloppy, but the rain had concluded on Indiana Champions Day, and the track was drying out. And oftentimes horses just don't take to that drying out surface. It becomes a little cuppy, get stuck in the hooves and things like that, and they don't always run their best race. I will say that Jason Kaler and Matt Kwiatkowski had a very nice runner yesterday in Shandana. They look for another winner in here with Tizzy Jojo, and you can follow the money potentially right to the winner's circle, 3-1 on Tizzy Jojo. Then comes maybe the value of the field, and that's coming from Addicted to Love. Not very often do you see a massive overlay become the value of the field. I think that's the case in here because there's really no reason not to like Addicted to Love. Samuel Bermudez has been red hot. He's been the hottest rider in the room. We talk a lot about Joe Ramos, Fernando de la Cruz, because those two are battling it out for that jockey title. However, Samuel Bermudez has been red hot, and he's been winning races left over right each and every day. He's been as consistent as they come. Addicted to Love exits 2 races on a sloppy racetrack. Before that, ran a good third behind Ikati Flatter and Shandana, 2 horses that I think very highly of. Both a 3-year-old and an older mare have run very well. That is no easy pickings against those 2. Lost to Belgian Blue and Ace Reporter, horses that have strung along numerous victories in a row. I think Addicted to Love, really no reason for it to be a big overlay in this spot, and that would certainly be a mistake by bettors to let this horse go off anywhere near 6-1 on the board. But I'm going to see if the gray-looking mare can get 2 in a row with Starlit Express for Hillerich Racing. This is a homebred for them, looking for win number 4 in start number 8. Camera shy for the last couple of years. We'll see if she can string along 2 wins in a row just 6 minutes from now.
high above the Shelbyville Knight is Air Horse 1, showcasing the field of 9, making their way back to the starting gate at the 6 furlong pole. Air Horse 1, fearless in the night sky. Talented group of 3-year-old fillies and mares set for a start. ZZ's Red, the first to go in. Burgos looking for a riding double. Tizzy Jojo has taken action throughout. Haven't had a winner outside of post position number 6 since race number 4. Pick 3 was 6, 6, and 6. Last 2 to load will be Evil Intentions and Splash of Tonic. They are off and running as Quilter had to check briefly right out of the starting gate, and Chimes goes looking for that early lead, but Chimes has company in the way of Castle Magic up front. Tizzy Jojo's ready to go just off of the top 2. Then comes ZZ's Red along with Addicted to Love. Outside of that is Evil Intentions. Down on the inside and moving up quickly is Starlit Express, and Hannah Leahy and Starlit Express are trying to get through a tight spot on the rail, and they've done so. They go right up to the lead is Starlit Express from Chimes, and now Castle Magic along with Tizzy Jojo, who's been through 3 wide throughout that turn. ZZ's Red still in with a chance along with Evil Intentions. Nothing from Addicted to Love at this point, as Addicted to Love needs a lot of help, along with Quilter, who is slow starting and still in last. 46.06 for the first half mile as Starlit Express rode the rail but is now being attacked by Tizzy Jojo along with Evil Intentions on the outside. ZZ's Red is looking for some space to run, but Tizzy Jojo got the lead, and Tizzy Jojo with the lead and 100 yards to go. It's Tizzy Jojo from a Tough Luck, ZZ's Red, and Evil Intentions for a photo. Seven eight 126 in 111.13. Hold them all. It's a hat trick for rider Fernando de la Cruz, who gets his third win of the day aboard Tizzy Jojo. 3-year-old Bay filly by Tiz Sardanic Joe out of Quiet Illusion, bred in Indiana, owned by Matt Kiwakowski and Jason Kaler, trained to victory by Tim Eggleston. Tizzy Jojo stops the clock in 111.13 and returns 680 on top. $2 exacta, $29.80. 50-cent trifecta, $50.25. $2 double, 6-7, 37.20. Superfecta returns $38.61. 50-cent pick 3, 667, 19.65. The Pentafecta in race number 8, 111.97. Our final thoroughbred event of the evening will come just 21 minutes from now. It kicks off tonight's late daily double, featuring both thoroughbreds as well as quarter horses. No scratches, no changes in the ninth in 20 minutes. It's official. We've got our final winners. Many have played throughout the course of the entire season, beginning back in April, but we've crowned a champion. Richard Giger gets $1,000 as the best of the best for Racing Rachel's Warriors. Congratulations to Richard Giger as he can collect his $1,000. Greg Hudspeth, a hard-fought $500 in second. Jen Hudspeth, as Hudspeth collecting just under $1,000 for second and third. Steve Wallace, $225, and Rosalie Smothers, $50. Thanks for playing each and every week for Racing Rachel's Warriors. They are off and running as Quilter had to check briefly right out of the starting gate, and Chimes goes looking for that early lead, but Chimes has company in the way of Castle Magic up front. Tizzy Jojo's ready to go just off of the top two. Then comes ZZ's Red along with Addicted to Love. Outside of that is Evil Intentions down on the inside, and moving up quickly is Starlit Express, and Hannah Leahy and Starlit Express are trying to get through a tight spot on the rail, and they've done so. They go right up to the lead is Starlit Express from Chimes, and now Castle Magic along with Tizzy Jojo, who's been through three wide throughout that turn. ZZ's Red still in with a chance along with Evil Intentions. Nothing from Addicted to Love at this point, as Addicted to Love needs a lot of help, along with Quilter, who is slow starting and still in last. 46.06 for the first half mile as Starlit Express rode the rail but is now being attacked by Tizzy Jojo along with Evil Intentions on the outside. ZZ's Red is looking for some space to run, but Tizzy Jojo got the lead, and Tizzy Jojo with the lead and 100 yards to go. It's Tizzy Jojo from a Tough Luck, ZZ's Red, and Evil Intentions for a photo. Horses are on the track. They'll be at the gate 5 minutes from now for race 9. Air Horse 1, indicating the fields made their way to the starting gate. First to load is Rodeo Zone, along with Barca Billy. Fantastically up next. Waiting on Barca Billy with Bailey Weatherly aboard. And Bizano. Shorty Perez looking for a hat trick. They are off and racing in the Indiana Night. Off slowly was Fantastically, who was kind of climbing around right out of the gate, but ship captain and crew breaks alertly with Bozano as the top two most heavily favored in the wagering. They clear off from Rodeo Zone along with Barca Billy. Then comes Amateur Day alongside Izat. Then it's the slow starting Fantastically, who put Shiesty to chase in last through a slow opening quarter in 23.03, and it's ship captain and crew at even money, looking to go a length clear from Bozano. Rodeo Zone is a menacing threat in second for German Terraza, along with Amateur Day, who's 3 wide but appears to have run, as Barca Billy and Bailey Weatherly looking for a spot to go, and they're going to shift out into the 4 path after briefly steadying. They're going to take the wide route, and while they're doing so, ship captain and crew cuts for home, and it's ship captain or crew's race to win or lose as Rodeo Zone continues to try hard, and Rodeo Zone is extending those strides, and here comes Rodeo Zone right on past ship captain and crew, who had no response for Rodeo Zone as ship captain and crew fades off the board from Barca Billy and Bozano in 112.66. Still waiting on final results, but there's no doubt about your winner in Rodeo Zone. Rodeo Zone, a Dark Bay 2-year-old gelding by big-time player out of Czech or a Wreck by Skylord, bred in Indiana. Owned by Normando Jimenez, trained by Joe Davis. Ridden to victory by German Terraza. Still waiting for the final results to be posted as we are unofficial. One, 4, 8, 6, and 5. 1, 4, 8, 6, and 5 for those Pentafecta players. Rodeo Zone on your screen, returning to the barn for a well-deserved meal after victory. It's official. Final thoroughbred race of Thursday is official. $2 double returns $78.80. 50-cent trifecta, $3.80 even. $2 double, 7-1 returns $59.40. 50-cent pick 4, $135.20. Check that on the trifecta, $95. 148, $95. 10-cent superfecta, $48.22. 50-cent pick 3, 7671, $70.50. Tonight's pentafecta, $789.82. The pick 4, $135.20. The late fire 5. The final late fire 5 of a Wednesday of racing in the 2023 meet returns $409.65. 4 more opportunities will present themselves over the next 2 racing days for those pick 5s, both Thursday and Friday, with a special post of 150. Race number 10 will be in 18 minutes from now. They are off and racing in the Indiana night. Off slowly was Fantastically, who was kind of climbing around right out of the gate, but ship captain and crew breaks alertly with Bozano as the top 2 most heavily favored in the wagering. They clear off from Rodeo Zone along with Barca Billy. Then comes Amateur Day alongside Izat. Then it's the slow starting Fantastically, who put Shiesty to chase in last through a slow opening quarter in 23.03, and it's ship captain and crew at even money, looking to go a length clear from Bozano. Rodeo Zone is a menacing threat in second for German Terraza, along with Amateur Day, who's 3 wide but appears to have run, as Barca Billy and Bailey Weatherly looking for a spot to go, and they're going to shift out into the 4 path after briefly steadying. They're going to take the wide route, and while they're doing so, ship captain and crew cuts for home, and it's ship captain or crew's race to win or lose as Rodeo Zone continues to try hard, and Rodeo Zone is extending those strides, and here comes Rodeo Zone right on past ship captain and crew, who had no response for Rodeo Zone as ship captain and crew fades off the board from Barca Billy and Bozano in 112.66.
well, we're counting down the days to the end of this 2023 live racing season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It sure has been exciting for thoroughbreds and quarter horses. And I don't know about you, but I'm going to be very sad until we come back in April. All right, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look at the field for our finale. It's a registered Indiana bred 3 and up, and they're going to be traveling 350 yards. These are maidens, and we are going to scratch the also eligible, still have a nice field of 10. All right, I'm going to begin with number 8, and that's Just Surrey Bob. For me, when I'm looking at a field like this, and some of them are have been a maiden for quite some time, I'm also looking to horses that have kind of gone up the ladder a little bit, qualified for the bigger races. Just Surrey Bob qualified for 2 derbies this year. That's the 3-year-old championships, made it to the final of the Harley Green and the Blue River Derby. Now, even though he didn't make a top 4 placement, it's still a tremendous amount of effort to be able to, qualify through the trials and make the finals. And I think this could set him up for a good finish to his season. He's one of 2 trained by Tony Cunningham, who's in pursuit of the leading trainer title. He's got 2-win lead over Jesse Vasquez. So exciting finish for these 2 hardworking, trainers. They've been a lot of fun to watch this season. Next up, I'm going to go to number 1, and that's He's a Royal Wagon. 7th start of the meet for this son of my Royal Wagon, trained by Shauna Martin. Now, I'll tell you what, he's faced some toughies too, but boy, he's got plenty of grit. He just digs in, and he's hit the board 6 times this season already. That's a great accomplishment. Very consistent horse. Cesar Escueda seems to fit this 3-year-old gelding pretty well. I think he's a solid contender in our finale. Okay, how about number 7, Zoom and Dance? Jesse Vasquez, who I just mentioned, who's second in the trainer standings to Tony Cunningham, is going to saddle this filly, bred and owned by Jerry Miller. Now, she's run 12 times, 8 this year in her 3-year-old campaign, and she's had 5 on-the-board finishes. What I really liked about this one is the nice closing effort on October 23rd. She really got into gear and was closing well, finished well. I think that's important. Hugo Macias, who's no stranger to this filly, has the call this afternoon, and we'll see how she does and if Jesse can get even closer to Tony as we head into tomorrow's card. All right, and then I'll round out my top 4 with number 5, Bluesy Beach. Plenty of improvement so far for this filly by Escondido Beach, who's just been, his progeny has been phenomenal this meet. Owned by Butch and Karen Yike. Now, Karen had a real nice win yesterday with Shirley 2-4, so it would be wonderful to win a second race this week for such a competent horsewoman. Had some nostalgic moments this meet when she probably saddled Wannabe a Runaway for the last time. She loved that mare, and she'll make a great mama. I can't wait to see her babies. But anyway, 8175 in our finale. I do want to remind everybody that even though we're coming to conclusion, there's some great quarter horse action coming up the rest of this year all over the country. The $1 million Futurity Texas Classic this weekend at Lone Star. There'll be $1 million Futurity at Evangeline in December, and then the Los Alamitos $2 million. So, follow me on Twitter if you want to see more, or go to what I think is the best racing site for quarter horses, and that's stallionesearch.com. They preview, they run recaps on all the races, and a whole bunch of information on pedigree. All right, well, good luck to all. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Field's been called to the gate. They'll be at the gate shortly for the 350-yard dash. They're at the gate. It's post time. He's a Royal Wagon goes in, along with Nacho Renteria. Rachel's top selection, 7-1 on AP Tempting Blue Eye. Professor T and Zoom and Dance. Lady Secrets. AQHA Challenge enrolled is Lady Secrets. Starter getting in position as we're just waiting on our Sweet Maggie May and CV Zoom and Star. Just about set. 10 in the gate. Standing nicely. Ready. They are off and racing in a perfect beginning, a very even beginning, as He's a Royal Wagon breaks sharp on the inside, and Nacho Renteria is quick as well at 31-1, and Nacho Renteria gonna stretch. He's a Royal Wagon. He's a Royal Wagon trying to step clear, and He's a Royal Wagon can take that wagon right to the winner's circle. One 96810. 196810 in the Wednesday finale. It's official. Wednesday of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is official. Final pentafecta of the evening returns 706.88. 50-cent pick 3, 37.95. $2 exacta Inside, outside, 35.40, 50-cent trifecta, 178.80. $2 double, 1-1, 35.60, and the final superfecta of the evening. Returns 122.77. He's a Royal Wagon, returning to the winner's circle with your third place finisher, Nacho Renteria. Into the winner's circle, the good-looking son of My Royal Wagon. He's a Royal Wagon, a 3-year-old brown gelding by My Royal Wagon out of One Fast Dasher by He's a Fast Dash. Bred in Indiana, owned by Pedro Nueves, trained by Shauna Martin, ridden to victory by Cesar Escada. And He's a Royal Wagon. Take the 10th. Ready. They are off and racing in a perfect beginning, a very even beginning, as He's a Royal Wagon breaks sharp on the inside, and Nacho Renteria is quick as well at 31-1, and Nacho Renteria going to stretch. He's a Royal Wagon. He's a Royal Wagon trying to step clear, and He's a Royal Wagon can take that wagon right to the winner's circle.
Getting set to load here. Even money on number 6, M-Bag Nick, your favorite. 7-2 on the 5, Blue Cheese, and 4-1 on the 7, Wise Verdict. They put in Sammy Dancer Jr. and Exterpreter. Now M-Bag Nick. Here comes Fleet Ridge. Wise Verdict steps up along with American Code, and last to load, Smart and Intuitive. They're in the gate. All set. And they're off in the 4th at Delta Downs. It's a good break by Fleet Ridge, showing speed along with Exterpreter to the inside. These two striking out toward the lead. Smart and Intuitive takes up chase from the outside now to be 3rd. Now going after 2nd. On the inside, it's Sammy Dancer Jr. Got his head up really high into the turn. And back from there, running together, Blue Cheese and M-Bag Nick, who's out in the clear. It's another 4 or so, then to Wise Verdict, and a ways back to the trailer, American Code. They went the quarter mile in 23:71. They're on to the backstretch. Up front, Sammy Dancer Jr. on the inside, Fleet Ridge to the outside. Length and a half to Exterpreter, sitting right off those and waiting to pounce. They've straightened away. It's another 2.5 lengths in to Smart and Intuitive in mid-pack. Looking to move up his Blue Cheese on the inside. M-Bag Nick's on the outside, has about 6 lengths to come. Back along the rail here is Wise Verdict, and it is an extremely long ways back to American Code, who trails. On to the far turn. Here comes M-Bag Nick, putting in a big bit on the outside. Wide around the turn, half one in 47.94. Sammy Dancer Jr. and Fleet Ridge are the target. Here comes M-Bag Nick with a big run on the outside. M-Bag Nick going after the lead under Del Cid. Now 3 across the track with a furlong to go. Here's M-Bag Nick up to engulf the leaders. M-Bag Nick engaged with Fleet Ridge, who's not giving up. It's Fleet Ridge to the inside. M-Bag Nick to the outside. M-Bag Nick with a head in front. They come to the finish. M-Bag Nick prevails. Fleet Ridge was 2nd. 3rd went to Sammy Dancer Jr. and 4th was Wise Verdict. Running time in race number 4 was 1 minute 26.30 seconds, 1:26:30. Finishing first, number 6, M-Bag Nick. Second, number 3, Fleet Ridge. Third, number 1,